Hello everybody and welcome back to the second day of the live streaming here at Miami International Airport. It is another hot sunny day down here in the south of Florida. It's currently about 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. My name is Sam and I'm joined with my co-host Matt.
G'day, how's it going?
And we're going to be doing some plane spotting today here in Miami.
So we are currently filming from Runway 09. Just like we were yesterday afternoon, if you did catch our stream back then. Currently we've got a few interesting movements lining up for Runway 09 for departure. We have Avianca Cargo operating their Airbus A330-200 freighter, and LATAM Cargo operating their Boeing 767-300 freighter. These are two very common aircraft here in Miami, although not super common in most parts of the world. So we have ITA, Airbus A330-200 arriving in on runway 12, which is unfortunately a little bit far for us to get a decent shot, as there's lots of buildings and facilities that block the view.
And now it is time for the takeoff of the LATAM Cargo Boeing 767-300 freighter. This 767 is off to Porto Algiers as LATAM Cargo Flight 1103, and it is operated by LATAM Cargo Colombia. So sit back, relax. As you can see in the distance there, we have the Turkish Cargo Boeing 777-200 freighter that's going to be taking off to Sao Paulo. And we also have a DHL Boeing 747-400 freighter, which just came in from Quito. So we're just waiting for the Avianca Airbus A330-200 freighter to line up on the runway for us. Let's check the chat, see who's watching today. We have Laura Coyle that's joined us back again. She was here yesterday. And Jean is back. Hello Jean, great to see you back here again. And thank you for the like from Laura, we do appreciate that. Every bit of support helps. As the more support we receive, the more airports we will be able to deliver amazing live streams for you guys.
So coming in on short finals for runway 09 is the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 arriving from Santiago de los Cabela, which is a very exotic route for us Australians, and you'll be seeing that in just a moment.
And here is the American Airlines Boeing 737-800, flight 2158, about to land on runway 09. Hopefully we should see Avianca take off straight after this one, as there is a fair gap between the next land. So with Miami being an American Airlines base, it is very common now to see the Boeing 737 operated by American Airlines, both the 800 series and the MAX 8. So it has been something we've seen a lot. However, a couple of years back it would have definitely been better to see the 767 and 757 in my opinion. I'm guessing Matt would say the exact same thing.
No, I'd certainly agree. The diversity here isn't quite what it was back pre-COVID.
So, and also the sound of the 757 and the 767 taking off compared to a 320 or 737 is just something else. So we should see the Avianca cargo, which is on the screen now, the Airbus A330-200. That should line up very soon, as I can't see anything on approach, so should not be long. And that is off to Manus as flight QT4057. Not very sure where that is, but we'll find out. And we'd just like to thank everyone again for joining and watching the live stream again today here in Miami. This is our second live stream here and in Miami. We did have a couple technical difficulties getting it started, so we did start a little later than we had hoped, but we do appreciate the support of everyone sticking around and everyone watching the live stream. And if you would like to become a member, you will have the exclusive perks, and one of those would be to have the access to vote on a poll where you would like us to stream next around the world. Have your say on where you would like us to stream.
So we're still waiting for Avianca to line up and depart right in front of us. We're still not sure what it's waiting for. There's nothing on approach for runway 09, so there's nothing that I can think of that would be stopping it, but there must be something that is. It's a beautiful day here in southern Florida. It's perfectly sunny, a few clouds in the sky, and it is incredibly hot at about 32 degrees Celsius and 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Bluestem, yes, we are back.
So I'm guessing that answers the question on why Avianca was waiting. So that United 757 was not on radar. Well, not for my radar at least. Let's see if it's popped up there. So now it has just popped up on my radar as UA flight 1418 from Denver. That was a Boeing 757-200 wearing the new United livery. So always good to see such a classic aircraft like the 757.
I have to say as well, I really do like that new livery on the 757.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a livery that stands out on it. So it's great to see that United has kept them for a bit longer.
That's right. So on short final now for runway 09 is the land cargo Boeing 767-300 freighter. This is coming in from Quito as UC1602. We'll see that in a couple of moments, and hopefully after that the Avianca cargo, which is still holding short of runway 09, will depart. One of the cool things about Miami, it is the gateway to the USA from South America. So it's wonderful to see some great airlines from South America, and in particular LATAM has a huge presence here, and the biggest in the United States as it is. And we have a $10 tip from Airline Videos, our friends from Los Angeles. Great to see you guys tuning into the stream. We really do appreciate it. Miami's fantastic. We are absolutely loving it. There's a lot of traffic. The weather is very hot though, but we are persevering and trying to bring everybody some of the best content for Miami that we can. And we have a new member, Brad Ward, to first class. Welcome, Brad. It's great to have you on board, and we hope you enjoy some of the perks that first class will give you. Would like to thank everybody again for joining the stream and enjoying some of the fantastic aircraft that we are seeing here on the southern end of Miami. We really do appreciate everybody's support. And we hope you stick around for some of the wonderful heavies that will be gracing us in the next couple of hours.
So a couple things going on in the chat, which is great to see. We did have some internet problems a little earlier, but we got that all fixed rather quickly, which is good to see. And a lot of the problems came down due to the heat. So it is very, very hot here. So the laptop that we are running off did slow down for quite a while, which made it quite hard to get things sorted, but we got it fixed in the end. And next on approach is the Lang Cargo 767-300 freighter. Just for anyone joining the stream now, we'd like to welcome you to Miami International Airport. We are at the famous spotting location besides the railway tracks here, next to runway 09. So we will be having a lot of fun here today of plane spotting.
On final approach onto runway 09 is American Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 8 from St. Thomas, arriving as AA1461. So stay tuned for that. It'll be visible to us in a couple of minutes. At the spot that we're at, there is a big tree that does block a lot of the distant approach, so we're only able to see it when it's about 40 seconds away from the runway. Fortunately, it only blocks out the part of the approach that isn't as interesting, as it is quite distant. After that American 737-8 MAX arrives, we should see the Avianca Cargo depart after long last. They've been sitting there for quite a while now. I'm sure the pilots made themselves a coffee just to get through the wait. And we have a $5 tip from our friend Rudy, all the way from LA. Two of my favorite plane spotters going live. How can my day get any better? Great to see you, my friends. Rudy, thank you so much for your support. We can't lie, you've definitely inspired us. And we love to take this new adventure in our plane spotting hobby and to bring live content. And we really appreciate your support. And I know I can talk for Sam as well as myself. It's been great to become closer friends with you this year and meet you many times on our adventures to LA.
Yeah, to add to that, we'd like to thank Airline Videos, Kevin, and LA Plane Spotter Rudy for all of their support. It's been great to meet you guys. It's been great to hang out in LA and plane spot. It's been great fun. So we really do appreciate both of you supporting us. Here is the American Airlines 737 MAX 8 about to touch down on runway 09. And Avianca Cargo Airbus A330-200 freighter is just about to line up onto runway 09. So we should get a nice takeoff with this one. Definitely was a heavy A330 takeoff. So I think Matt can definitely agree with me on this one. It would be great to catch up with our friends again in LA, Rudy and Kevin. It'd be great to have another catch up at the H Hotel, the famous H Hotel, which Airline Videos live streams at. It's a great hotel, great spotting location. I'm sure everyone here who is watching now has heard of Airline Videos, but if you haven't, please go check them out. They have supported us immensely.
Can definitely agree. I'm really looking forward to our next catch up, whenever that may be.
Definitely 100%. Rudy is off across the pond, I think, very soon as well. So it's great to see. Hopefully you have a great time. And John asks, how long does a 1 hour video usually take for you guys to edit? Well, we'll let Matt answer that one.
A 1 hour video usually takes about 5 hours from start to finish to edit. I do a lot of color grading. I do a lot of research into the aircraft information and the routes of where that particular flight came from or is going to. So diving into the history for some of those freight flights can be very time consuming. But the most time consuming part really is the filming. To get an hour's worth of footage that's good enough to be in those compilations, it can take up to an entire day of sitting by the runway and trying to gather as much footage as possible just to put together one video.
So the process, of the editing process itself is very time consuming, but it is all worth it in the end. Now Brad Ward asks, did you guys tell the story about how we got to Miami? Now that is a so we pretty much drove down from New York to Miami in a truck, well, the truck we are here with today still, and it took 20 hours and we pretty much drove non-stop. So we could not get a flight down from New York to Miami. It wasn't possible. They were just all oversold, overbooked. So we thought, well, let's just go check the car rental places, which we did. So we rented a truck and we pretty much left at, I think it was about 2 p.m. and we got to Miami the next day at about 11 a.m. So we pretty much drove non-stop for 20 hours and we only stopped for fuel breaks and to get a little bit of food, but we ate whilst we were driving. So it was fun. I'll let Matt talk about that more.
Yeah, no, not too much else can really be said. It was quite an adventure. We saw a lot of the country that we haven't seen before, and like Sam said, the only breaks were coffee breaks, food breaks, and fuel stops. When we did get down to Florida, the trip did sort of go on forever at that point. Like, I think by the time we got to Florida, it'd been about 14 hours of driving, and then the last 5 hours was just really chugging along. But we made it through in the end, and we rested up, and here we are now filming at Miami, so it's great to actually be here.
And LA Plane Spotter says, you guys are awesome. We appreciate that, Rudy. Can't wait to catch up with you again in LA. It's going to be a good one. John asks, what are some of the hardest airports you guys have plane spotted at? Well, Singapore would definitely be up there. Security-wise, I'd say.
So a lot of the airports that I've been to, I found Mumbai to be the hardest place to spot at. They are, in India, it's very tricky to get close to the runway with a tripod. They really don't like it, and they don't like aviation photography in general. So trying to find spots in Mumbai was incredibly difficult. And the only way that I got through that was actually by knowing somebody who had an apartment complex that was right by the runway, and we were able to access the rooftop. Only for a few hours though, so very, very difficult. Another really tricky one is Newark, which I could not make anything work. It is a very, very hard airport. Access is very limited and security is very strict with tripods near fences.
Yeah, just for me to add to that, I'd say probably Singapore was a little hard, only because for spots with videography, it's very, very limited. Photos wise, it's great, but for videos, it's very limited. And the one spot you can pretty much go to is, I wouldn't say allowed a lot of the time. Our good friend Brad Ward says, you guys need to come up for the weekend of September 16 to 18th. Cranky Dorkfest, NYC Aviation, Spot LAX, the Airline Videos Meetup. We'll be at the H and it'll be a good time. Well, definitely can look into that. I mean, we will be in New York on around the 13th, so yeah, we'll have a look.
Definitely, yeah. We most likely can cross over to the West Coast for a day and to meet up with everybody. It'd be great to finally meet you, Brad. We've heard a lot of good things from our friends Kevin and Rudy. And we very much can make that happen, and we'll figure that out closer to the time. On approach, we have a Southwest Boeing 737.
The Freedom 1 livery. That was a Southwest Boeing 737-800 as flight 409 in the Freedom 1 livery, arriving from New Orleans. Such a stunning livery, that one. So we are just checking flight radar to see what the next arrival is. It looks like it is an Aero Airways Boeing 737-300 arriving in from Santa Clara. And yes, we did drive straight down I-95. And Wet Like Bee says Miami is a great place to spot, but it can be very bad when the train stops. That is right. The train did stop yesterday for about 30 minutes, so it was a rough one. So we just relaxed, but we weren't streaming them. We were just getting clips.
At that stage, we were actually still trying to get the stream up and running, which made everything very tricky with the train also just stopping there. And we were just feeling like we were getting nowhere. But it's all sorted now, and the train hasn't come by today, which is great.
So it's great to see some local spotters here in Miami. And here is the 737-300 operated by Aero Airways, about to arrive in. And next on approach is Southwest Flight 546 arriving in from Chicago Midway. It's Boeing 737-800, still wearing the original, well, the old livery now. And Miss Wolves 13 says the train normally goes past once a day. Yes, we have seen it this morning. Luckily it didn't stop, which was good. And Wet Like Bee says, do you guys use ATC? Not at the moment, but it will be something we will look to incorporate in our future streams. So we are still testing a couple things, making sure it all works. So we want to make it as professional as possible. And here is the Southwest 737-800 arriving in from Midway. It was another rough landing. We'll check the radar to see what is on approach next for us. And I think it will be the Boliviana de Aviation. And that is a Boeing 767-300ER arriving in from Santa Cruz. So another really cool movement here that Miami does receive that is rare for a lot of people to see, I guess, around the world, but especially for us in Australia, not something we see often. But I think we might be able to squeeze in a Alaska Airlines Boeing 737-800 as flight 305 arriving in from Seattle. That should land before the 767 on runway 09. So for anyone just tuning in, we'd like to welcome you to the Aviation Videography live stream here in Miami International Airport. My name is Sam and I'm joined here with Matt.
Hello everyone, how are you going?
It is currently 15:45 here in Miami, so 3:45 p.m. It's still very hot. It's about 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're doing some plane spotting today.
So we're positioned here on the southern side of the runway, the airport, which is runway 09. This runway tends to get a lot of the traffic arriving from the south of the airport. So you'll get airlines like Avianca, LATAM, BOA, anything from Latin America, the Caribbean, you will see landing on this runway. There's also a huge freight facility here. So anything that's sort of parked along there, for example, Turkish Cargo, Cargolux, LATAM Cargo, NAC, they will all arrive on the southern side as it's a much shorter taxi to their facilities.
And we have David in the chat who says the UK has had its very first record temperature of 40.2 degrees Celsius, which is 109 degrees Fahrenheit. That is very hot for the UK. Glad I wasn't there for that, because I'm already struggling here in this seat.
Yes, 32 is already hot enough, I think. So I wish you guys well over in the UK, and you have my regards.
And Cheryl O in the chat says, "Oh dang, I wish you were streaming around 11 a.m. My daughter landed in Miami today. What flight was she on?" We might have still got a clip of it, but we unfortunately were not live streaming. We didn't have it set up just at that time, but we might have got a clip of the arrival. So let us know which flight it was. And next up is the Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 arriving in from Seattle. And the next aircraft on approach is American Airlines Flight 581, which is a Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving in from San Francisco. And following that is the Boeing 767 operated by Boliviana de Aviación, or BOA, which is much easier, which is arriving in from Santa Cruz.
BOA is a very cool airline and a very exotic airline. As far as I know, they, apart from Santa Cruz, which is where they have their fleet based, they fly to Madrid, Miami, and I believe they fly to Brazil. So it's very rare that you see that aircraft in any place aside from those three locations.
And John in the chat asks, how often do you guys catch go-arounds? Well, we only saw one go-around here at Miami yesterday. it was, I think it was an American 737. So
It doesn't happen too often. Most days you don't even see one. And if you do, it's nothing too special. It's usually quite distant. And either the spacing was off or there was something that was taking longer on the runway than expected. So for safety, they will do a go-around. Actually, on the first day of Miami shooting, I did see a Qatar A350 do a go-around, and that was due to spacing. But it was very distant. It only just turned onto approach and then pulled right up and relocated to the south runway.
And here is the American Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving in from San Francisco as Flight 581. A very common aircraft here in Miami. And NZ Gary says he's off to Australia in January, specifically Melbourne, and he's from Germany, Deutschland. Well, that is great. We are from Melbourne, and we are actually going to Germany in a month as well. So that's going to be really good fun. And our good friend Airline Videos, Kevin, asks, how long are you guys in the US for? Well, that is still undecided at the moment. We may leave tomorrow, but we also are looking at trying to stay for a little longer, so it's a little bit undecided at the moment.
Yep, not too sure what we're going to do just yet, but by this evening I think we'll have a pretty good idea on what's going to happen tomorrow and if we're going to stay a little bit longer and try to go to a couple more destinations. We are definitely very spontaneous, Rudy. We sometimes make plans in the morning of our flights. I don't know how we do it sometimes, but it always seems to work in the end.
And I see Airline Videos mentioned the podcast. That was a great podcast. Matt and myself listened to the podcast whilst we drove from New York down to Miami. The next arrival is an MD-80, so definitely a cool one to catch. Definitely an aircraft that stands out on approach. We have Russell in the chat who says he loves visiting Sydney and he's good friends at Hobbyco. I do know that place. And his last trip was on the Qantas A380 from Dallas to Sydney. So I think that route's now operated by a 787, unfortunately. Would be good to see the A380 back on that route. We have a first-time viewer from South Africa. Thank you for joining. And Rob G says on the I-95 you can stop at Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach Airport. Yes, we did see those, and we do plan to get some footage from there.
Alejandro, it is a very windy day at Miami, and we have been struggling to actually set up the umbrella to keep the equipment all in the shade and cool. Overheating is a huge problem when you've got the direct Floridan sun beaming down on everything. So arriving on runway 09 is AA2519, which is an American Airlines Airbus A321neo, arriving from Phoenix. So that'll be on the screen in just a moment as it just goes from behind the tree.
And following that is an American Airlines 737-800 arriving in from Georgetown as flight 2057, just turning onto right base. And hello to Mark, who is another first timer on this channel. Thank you for joining the stream. And here is the American Airlines Airbus A321neo as flight 2519 arriving in from Phoenix, Arizona.
At the moment, we're still undecided on when we're actually going to be leaving Miami, whether that's going to be tomorrow or that's going to be in a couple of days' time. It's all up in the air at the moment. We're just trying to get a few things approved before we know exactly what's going to be happening. But in the meantime, this is our very last confirmed stream day here in Miami. Glad to hear you're enjoying the stream, Mark, and we also look forward to bringing you some airports from outside of the US for you to enjoy and see something a little bit different to your home airport, even though LAX is wonderful.
And next on approach for runway 09 is the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 arriving in from Georgetown as flight 2057. And thanks to John Ryan for watching. Greetings from Stockholm. Hello, John. Stockholm is definitely a place we plan to film and get some footage at. And 763 Eagle says hello from Central Texas. Hello, 763 Eagle. Thank you for joining the live stream and supporting the channel. And our next wide-body arrival should be the LATAM Cargo Boeing 767-300 freighter arriving in from Quito. And that is operated by LATAM Cargo Brazil. It is wearing the new LATAM livery. Hello, Sebastian. Thank you for joining the stream. And thank you, Mark, for subscribing to the channel. Really do appreciate everyone's support today of watching this live stream.
No FedEx planes have come during the time that we've been streaming. However, even if they do, they'll be landing on a different runway, as FedEx's facilities are on the northern side of the airport, so runway 08 left will be their runway of choice. And we are filming from runway 09, which is all the way on the very southern side of the airport. Hello, Roderick. Thank you for the warm welcome, and we are enjoying our time in Miami at the moment. It is very warm and very windy, but nonetheless, it's been wonderful and a great experience. Very glad to have our good friends from LA joining the chat and supporting our stream. We've got Rudy and Kevin. Thank you very much for sticking around and watching some of Miami's traffic. We really do appreciate your support. Russell, it may be the last day or it may not be. We are just waiting for a couple of things to be approved, and if so, we will be streaming for another day here in Miami. But at the moment, this is the only confirmed day that we have, but we will find out very shortly if we'll be doing another stream before we head back to Australia.
It definitely would be good to catch up with Kevin from Airline Videos and Rudy again soon in LA at the H Hotel. I think they have a stream there very soon. What's the I think so. I'm sure everyone knows their channel, so please go tune in to their next stream.
No, David, we were not in Memphis about a month and a half ago. I haven't been to Memphis for a couple of years now, so whoever was streaming there definitely wasn't us. But we wish them luck. Hello, Wes. We are at the moment from Miami, but we are living in Melbourne at the moment. Hope the weather's fantastic in Maryland as it is here in Florida. And we have a $10 tip from Russell. Thank you for the effort today. We miss our former MIA streamer who seems to have vaporized. Thank you very much, Russell. We really, really appreciate your support. We're glad to bring you some Miami plane spotting and to maybe fill in the void of live Miami that you've been missing out on. So again, really appreciate your support and keep an eye out for the stream tomorrow. But until then, enjoy this afternoon with us. Yes, I've heard fantastic things about Cuban coffee, Alejandro, and we will definitely be trying that before we do leave.
And just turned onto approach now is LATAM cargo flight 8420 from Quito. It is a Boeing 767-300 freighter, which will be landing right in front of us here on runway 09. Following that, we should see an American Airlines Boeing 737-800 flight 1342, also arriving on runway 09. And David says he'd love to come to Sydney or Melbourne one day. Yes, that's great. Sydney sure is a really cool airport to spot at. It's got various locations, so do come down under and visit.
Definitely would recommend it, and the city itself is very vibrant. I think you'll enjoy a lot of the food there. Australia has a huge variety of food from many different cultures, so definitely worth checking out, and it's definitely worth the visit down.
And Budgie Mint says, which runway are we filming near today? We are near runway 09. And the LATAM cargo 767-300 freighter shouldn't be too far off now. Should be just a couple seconds away from showing out from behind the tree. Just want to thank everyone again for tuning in for today's live stream here in Miami. Really do appreciate the support that everyone has given us. To all of the new members and everyone in the chat. So John asks, who usually mans the camera? So we both man the camera. And here is the arrival. So John, we both do the filming here and there. We interchange as someone has to try and observe the flight radar, the chat, and many various things that go along with live streaming. We both interchange here and there.
Oh wow. Do any of those 727s fly, David? Because that'd be wonderful to see. I haven't seen a 727 flying in a decade at least. Budgement, yes, we will be doing some plane spotting in Australia when we get back. We plan to do a few Melbourne streams and to also maybe venture up to Sydney for a day. But we'll just see how that all goes closer to the time. We are also thinking of Brisbane, but we just have to make sure that the traffic is interesting enough to bring you guys a good, of interesting stream, I would say. And if anybody has any suggestions on where you would like to see us live stream, if you sign up to be a channel member, you'll have access to exclusive polls where you'll be able to influence the airports that we film at and also the spots that we film at. So you guys can choose the airports and the angles and we will make it happen. So if that interests you, make sure to sign up, and to help support us, continue to bring you high quality live streams from around the world. So arriving on runway 09 is American Airlines AA2808 from Dallas Fort Worth. It's an Airbus A321-200. So we're just waiting for that to emerge from behind the tree. That's right, Wes. There is a great mix of airlines serving here. From European carriers to South American carriers, it's wonderful. And the amount of exotic airlines, especially for us Australians, is really cool to see.
We see Brad Ward says we want Karachi in Pakistan. Well, definitely something we could try and look into. I can't say I've looked into plane spotting in Pakistan. I know in India it is quite hard with security regulations and things like that.
Be harder in Pakistan.
Yeah, I think it might be a little harder in Pakistan. So, I mean, we'll do our research into it and have a look, by all means. And Wes says, "Hey guys, Miami has a great mix of airlines serving there." Oh, Matt's already covered that. Do apologise. And Russell says, "Collider Air Service and Zero Gravity fly 727s in the United States." Well, definitely something we want to watch out for. And here on the screen is the American Airlines Airbus A321 arriving in from Dallas Fort Worth in Texas. And we are already getting some suggestions in the chat of the next place to live stream. We have Amsterdam and Seoul, Incheon. Definitely two places on the bucket list for this year. So if you stay tuned to Aviation Videography, we will bring you live streams from around the world, including those two destinations this year, I can guarantee. We have Jerome suggesting Hong Kong. Well, if Hong Kong change their rules on traveling there, then that is definitely a place I would look into. Hong Kong is definitely one of my favorite cities in Asia. Definitely a place we want to stream at.
Joe the Square Peg, maybe not getting there, but keeping us streaming there for hours on end. We might need some stealth equipment to get us by. Live streaming from Heathrow can be quite challenging. It really just depends on the angle that we'll try and go for. To get anything with a touchdown or a rotation at Heathrow is already quite tricky, and then also adding in the element of all this equipment and talking and entertaining everybody on the live stream would be incredibly difficult, and I'm sure all the spots that I have in mind would be kicked out of almost instantly. The only place I can think of is Myrtle Avenue, which is the spot that has the houses where the planes fly quite low over. So it's definitely something that I've got in mind, and something that we might execute more towards the middle of next year, for next summer, when the weather gets a little bit warmer again in the UK. Armin V, we haven't actually visited Africa in general at the moment, but Cape Town is on our list of places that we do want to try and film from, along with Johannesburg. We know that they are quite difficult to film from, and Johannesburg in particular, from what I've read online, it's built more on a plateau, so getting views of the runway is incredibly difficult, but where there's a will, there's a way, and I'm sure we'll make something work.
And David McDonald says, "Down in Melbourne, has FedEx ever flown in? I know they bring their 777s to Sydney." FedEx does not operate into Melbourne. They have had an MD-11 freighter a couple times divert into Melbourne that was scheduled to obviously operate into Sydney. And I still know currently FedEx operate both the 777-200 freighters and the MD-11 freighters into Sydney, which is great to see. Personally, the MD-11 is my favourite, and I think Matt could definitely agree with me on that one.
100% agree.
So it's always fun when we get a nice week trip, I'd say, up to Sydney to see the FedEx aircraft up there. And Budgie Mint says, would you go to a completely different city just to fly on an airline you want to go on that isn't available in your country? Personally, for me, yes, as I do find that stuff quite interesting. So I think Matt is a little different on that one.
It might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm not as interested in flying as I am filming around the airport. I'm more interested in the videography side. As long as the airline gets me from point A to point B, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, so that is fair enough. For me personally, though, I do like to fly on certain aircraft and certain airlines, so I know I am looking at flying on a 737-200 later this year, hopefully out of Montreal, I think it is. So that is one I definitely want to tick off my bucket list before they are retired, as they are the classic 7.3. And Phil from Warwickshire in the UK says, a very good evening, all hope is one. Yes, thank you, Phil, for joining into the stream today. And John Ryan says, another airport to spot at is CDG. Yes, Paris Charles de Gaulle would be a really cool airport to spot at. A lot of great movements, a lot of great variety, and spots-wise as well.
Definitely one that we're going to be filming from very shortly.
And Alandro says we get a lot of MD-11s in Miami late at night. That is great to hear and great to see.
That is right, yes. FedEx and UPS send a lot of MD-11s to Miami. However, from where we tend to film, we don't really see too many of them, as they usually land on runway 08 left, as that's closest to both the UPS and FedEx facilities here in Miami. However, we do get to enjoy watching them on approach from a distance down on the southern end of the airport.
And the next arrival on runway 09 here in front of us is American Airlines flight 1238, which is a Boeing 737-800 arriving in from Liberia. So Russell says Johannesburg is like a fortress, very hard to film there. You will have to park off-site for landings only. So from what the research I have done, you are very right in saying that. It is quite hard to film there. It was an airport we might look still at doing, but Cape Town in South Africa is still one over Johannesburg that we will do. And Dominic asks, what are our names? Well, my name is Sam, and I'm joined here with Matt.
Hello.
And we are plane spotting here at Miami International Airport on a nice hot summer's eve day. And the next arrival is American Airlines flight 1326 arriving in from Austin, Texas. It's a Boeing 737 MAX 8. And following that, we should see American Airlines flight 1144 arriving in as an Airbus A319 from Cartagena. And we have William, who is a first-time watcher. He says, I was able to spot the British Airways A380 flying into Dallas for the first time in 2 years. First time seeing the A380 in person. I did not expect that. Well, that's great, William. I did know that Qantas also operated the A380 into Dallas, Fort Worth for a while. They previously operated the 74 before that. However, it has now been switched over to a 787 Dreamliner. So the only A380 operator into Dallas now is the British Airways A380, which is great to see.
So in our experience over the last couple of days, the most common plane to land or to be seen here at Miami Airport would be either the American Airlines Boeing 737-800 or the American Airlines Embraer E175 LR. Two very common aircraft types here, and on the most common airline, as this is American Airlines hub in the south of the USA.
And Dominic asks, what are our favourite airplanes? Well, for me personally, I'd probably have to say the IL-96 or IL-76. I just find they're a really cool aircraft. We'll get Matt to answer that one right after we get this American Airlines 737 MAX arriving on runway 09. And my reasoning on why I do like the IL-76 and IL-96 is just they're such a classic aircraft. They are, the sound of them, the build, they're just amazing. So yeah, definitely either one of those is my favourite. And Dominic says mine is the A380 and 737. Well, that's great to hear. Well, Matt, what is your favourite aircraft?
I actually have a couple of favourite aircraft. I'm usually into the older aircraft. I love the classic aircraft. One of my favourites is the DC-6, which you can see in Anchorage, still flying, doing salmon runs over towards the western side of the state, which is great to see. I also love the DC-10, which is loved by everybody. You can't beat a trijet, and a 727. Definitely at the top of my favorite aircraft list.
And on the screen right now is iAero Airways, a Boeing 737-300 as flight 406 to Santo Domingo. And if you would like to become a member today of the Aviation Videography membership, you will have exclusive perks, and one of those is includes having access to exclusive polls on where you would like us to stream next. Have your say on where our next stream will be from anywhere around the world, any continent, country, city. Let us know, even the spot at a specific aircraft, at a specific airport. Let us know. We really do appreciate everyone's support in watching the live stream today here at Miami Airport. And here is the 737 lining up on runway 09. Hopefully it turns and burns. is a turn and burn for this DHL 737-800. Now, unfortunately, that DHL 737 did not show up on our flight radar just until now. So that is DHL, which is operated by Aero Airways, flight 2247 off to Bogota. It's a 737-800 freighter. Now, we weren't able to monitor the chat the whole time.
So David, just curious with those 727s, how often do they actually fly around Memphis? I would definitely be curious to find out, and if possible, pay a visit just to catch a couple of shots of those. Yes, Willow Run is a wonderful airport that I do want to actually check out. Whether or not we stream there, and if it's busy enough, I would really have to look into that. But it is one airport that I really want to visit just to catch some of those 727s and DC-9s that operate there. We do apologize for being a little bit behind in the chat, as there was a couple of takeoffs and we were paying a lot of attention to making sure that we filmed those for you so you could enjoy watching those from right up close. Arriving on runway 09 now is American Airlines flight AA987, landing from Santo Domingo. This is a Boeing 737-800. We do want to thank you all for tuning in and watching our Miami International Airport live stream. We hope you're enjoying the afternoon traffic that is appearing before us. For those of you who are interested in helping support the channel further and want to influence where we actually live stream and what angle that you would like to see, if you become a channel member, you can influence our decisions and have your say in where we stream by having access to exclusive membership perks such as polls, which will be posted regularly and will help us choose where we're going to be streaming next. So if you're interested in doing that, do sign up and do help support our channel and keep bringing everybody live aviation content from around the world. Oh no, that's really interesting. So a daily arrival on the 727 into Memphis at 7 a.m. David. I'll definitely have to keep that in mind and maybe visit Memphis just before I leave the States this time. Topcat, we are currently in the process of getting some mods to help us manage our chat on the stream. So do stay tuned with that. But that will be happening very, very soon within the next stream. Brilliant. David, send me a message on Instagram. If you send me a message through my main account, which is HD_Melbourne_aviation, I'll definitely have a few more questions regarding those 727s, as I really would like to get a couple of shots of those before I leave the States. Paul, at the moment we don't have ATC audio, however we do intend to get that for future streams. So do stay tuned for that. We are currently working on how we're going to make all this work, and it's all coming together one step at a time. So at the moment it's quite quiet here on the southern side of the airport, but there's more arrivals coming in very shortly, so do stay tuned for that. Excellent. Thank you so much for that, David. I'll be in contact with you. Hello, Gerson. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Rich. Welcome to the stream on this beautiful sunny Florida afternoon. And no, we cannot stay away from Miami. It is such a wonderful airport. A lot of variety here. And we want to stay here as long as possible. So on short finals for runway 09 is another American Airlines Boeing 737-800, which will be arriving from Cozumel. Its flight is AA1598. So I'll be arriving in a few minutes. It's just got to emerge from behind the tree. Arriving on the north side of the airport on runway 08 left is a Amiri Jet International Boeing 767-300 freighter from San Juan.
So on the screen there you can see the Jet 767-300 freighter. It's landing on the north side. And we have Brandon asking where we are from. We are from Melbourne in Australia, so I can see you from Brisbane. Thanks for joining the stream. We really do appreciate all of the support from everyone today. So Central Ohio Plane Spotter says, do you have any plans on visiting John Glenn International Airport? Might be something that we have a look into. If we can get some good footage there, can't see why not. And we have a Northern Air Cargo 767-300 freighter taxiing out to runway 09 now for us. We have the NOC cargo holding short here. Yeah, this is a cargo airline. BA A380, 80 minutes out. Yes, that will be great to see. And the stream reached 500 viewers at one point, which is really good to see. We really appreciate everyone's support here. And Jeff says hello from Boston. Hello, Jeff. Thanks for joining the stream, mate. And Alfredo says there is a DC-8 that comes to Miami. Yes, that is both Matt and I's favorite aircraft that comes to Miami. We've seen it twice No, 3 times I should say, sorry. And here is an American Airlines 737-800 arriving in from Cancun. So the wind has started to pick up here. It is still 32 degrees Celsius, so about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. We got 16 kilometre hour winds gusting in to the northwest. And sunset tonight is around 2013, so 8:13 p.m. I want to thank everyone for watching, and we have David asking, you from Australia? If so, where? Melbourne. We're both from Melbourne. So Marcel says, will we be streaming in Miami more often, like weekly? Unfortunately not. We will be streaming often, however, at different locations around the world. So various airports around the world, and if you do become a member today, you can have the exclusive perk to gain access to polls where you can decide where you would like us to stream in the future. Have your say, and we will go there. Any continent, country around the world, have your say. Airport, even the spotting location, wherever you'd like us to stream, please have your say. And John says, are you guys brothers? No, we aren't. We're just really good friends and been plane spotting for a long time together. And we have a GOL, Boeing 737 MAX 8, arriving in from Brasilia. It's flight 7748. And Rob G says, this is a great place to watch the sunset. Yes, it is, Rob. Last night's sunset was spectacular from here. It was really, really nice. And Driver 1956 says, hello from the Netherlands. Hello, mate. Hope you're well. We will be off to the Netherlands next month. And here is NAC Cargo, the Boeing 767-300 freighter, about to line up on runway 9. So that was great to see. Love the 767. And Jeff asks, first time here on your live stream, how often do you broadcast? Well, Jeff, this is our second live stream now here at Miami International Airport. We do plan to bring you streams from around the world. We do plan to also stream at least once a week. So we will at the moment we are trying to create a schedule where we can give you guys a schedule so you know when we're going to be streaming and you know when to tune in to our live streams. And John asks, what is your least favourite livery? Well, there's no livery I really don't like. I mean, when it comes to aviation, it's always great to see an aircraft as it is, I'd say. I mean, the China Eastern liveries could do with a little bit more colour, but it's still great to see. And yes, Russell is right. For those who do keep asking, this is a one-off stream here at Miami, but it is not a one-off stream for the channel. The channel, we will be bringing you streams very often, hopefully once a week, from different various locations around the world. We have another 767-300 freighter lining up. This is a LATAM cargo. This is flight 1101. Hopefully we get a turn and burn. Maybe not. Here we are, listen to this spool up. And that was a very heavy 7.6. Rolled down runway 9 for quite a while. LATAM Chile, that is right. And Chris Costa says you are in a very special location to watch the planes. Yes, this is a really nice location on a nice Miami summer's day here in the south of Florida. And Rob G says hopefully moving back to the south of Florida soon, I guess. That is great to hear, mate. Sure is a nice place, and I will be coming back here for sure. Nearly at 600 viewers on the stream. Really appreciate everyone's support here today. And Gene is back. Thanks for joining us back here, Gene. And Marcel says, what are you guys standing on? Well, we are standing in the back tray of our pickup truck here in Miami. It's great to see Brad Ward back in the chat. Good friend. And John asks, what is it like constantly switching seasons when traveling from home? Well, it can play a little bit of a toll on your body. I'm probably back in Australia for about 2 weeks and I'm out of there a lot of the time traveling. So it is good fun, but it can play a toll on you, especially flying. We have Kurt watching from Budapest. Love Budapest, Kurt. Can't wait to go back there. So Laura says, what are you going to be doing in the live stream tomorrow? Well, Laura, we're still unsure if we will do a live stream tomorrow. We hope we can. Just depending on a couple things we still have to get approved. So we will update you guys on YouTube. We'll make a little post if we do plan to do a live stream tomorrow. We'll let you guys know and we'll keep you updated. And thank you, Alyson, for the great feedback. We really appreciate everyone's support here today. Just about to hit 5 p.m. here, so 1700 in the south of Florida here in Miami. It's still very hot, 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So we really appreciate everyone sticking along. Now we are just having to fix something with the tripod, so that's why we just missed that landing, but we will get it all sorted for the next one. The wind is picking up here in Miami. So Chris Costa says, watching from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Well, Brazil is definitely a place I want to visit, especially Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. Love to do a stream down in Brazil, South America. We have Andrew watching from England. Appreciate the great support, mate. Hello Phantom Planes. This is just a one-off stream here in Miami. We do plan to bring you many more streams, but from various locations around the world. So just like to remind everyone, if you'd like to become a member today, you can have the exclusive perk of having access to exclusive polls where you can vote and have your say of where you would like Aviation Videography to bring the next stream from. Where would you like us to stream from? Please let us know. Become a member today and you can decide what country, what airport and what spotting location you would like us to stream from. So it looks like the Lufthansa 747-8 has just pushed back. Hopefully we do get a south departure, which we usually should.
Yeah, more often than not, Lufthansa will use runway 09 for its departure as it's quite heavy. So we'll be getting that departing right in front of us. So we've got quite an interesting 777 coming in from LATAM Airways. That will be coming in a few minutes. It's going to be third in line on runway 09. It's the Star Wars livery, which is very cool and one of a kind, which is great to see. Very unique, and it will be landing in front of us very shortly. So do stay tuned for that. We've got a couple of really cool heavies coming in. There's also a DC-8, which will be coming in about 15 minutes by Skybus, which is great to see, and one of the very great highlights here at Miami Airport. DC-8s are a very rare aircraft type, a very old aircraft type, and you will not be seeing it in many airports in the world. So to be able to see it on a daily basis here in Miami is really, really cool. So arriving in on runway 09 at the moment. We have an American Airlines Boeing 737-800 arriving in from San Pedro Sula as flight AA614. Wheels, we absolutely love Miami. This airport is wonderful with a lot of aircraft diversity and exotic airlines that we as Australians very rarely see. So we are absolutely loving it. Kurt, our next plans will be somewhere in Australia. So we will be putting a poll up for our channel members to decide which airport in Australia that we will be streaming at next. There will be a few options on there along with spots for the winning airport. So if you do want to partake in that, do sign up to become a channel member, and you will have access to those polls and to have your say in where we are going to be streaming next. We don't catch fighter jets too often, John, as we tend to stick to more commercial airports. However, sometimes you do have some flybys, or some come in for special events. So at Melbourne we have the Grand Prix, which is hosted in March, and we will see some F-18s arrive into Melbourne Airport for that. So arriving in on the northern side of the airport, runway 08 left, is an American Airlines Boeing 777-200ER, arriving from London as AAL601D. And we also have an arrival on the south side, 09, as American Airlines AA1889 from Merida. That is an Airbus A319-100. Roger, unfortunately not all the heavies will take off on runway 9. You'll find quite a lot of the European ones will go to runway 08 right. That being Swissair, TAP Portugal, and those of the like. However, Lufthansa 9 times out of 10 will go to runway 09. We've also been told by a local spotter here who is also in the live stream at the moment that Swissair and Air France do come down to this runway for departure often as well, along with Emirates, as it is quite a heavy flight.
And the next arrival is the special livery LATAM Airlines Flight 8194 from Sao Paulo, the Boeing 777-300ER, wearing the Star Wars livery. So this is definitely a cool one to catch here in Miami. That was great to see. A lot of awesome stuff. Awesome livery. And that Avgate's asking, how do I join the channel? Well, there should be a button there to click. It says join next to the subscribe button. And you can become a member and have your say of where you would like us to stream next.
Channel members also get exclusive videos from airports that are not featured on the channel, such as Kuala Lumpur, Chicago, and quite a few others. So if you're interested in seeing some airports that aren't on the channel, do make sure to subscribe and become a channel member, and you'll have access to those. Arriving in on runway 9 is an American Airlines Airbus A319-100 from Liberia. This is flight AA1338. So as you can see down the very end of the airport over there is the Lufthansa Boeing 747-8, which will be departing off runway 9 very shortly. So do stay tuned. We've just spotted one of the trains which is coming down the tracks at the moment, which could impose a bit of an issue as it can stop here for up to 30 minutes and it will stop right in front of us, disrupting the view. It may or it may not, so we will find out very shortly what's going on with that.
We have Winchester from Melbourne, Australia as well. Thanks for joining the stream, mate. Awesome to have some of our locals joining the stream.
Great to have some fellow Melbourne people as well on the stream, as Sam said. It is great to see. So we'd like to thank you once again for joining the stream and joining us here at Miami International Airport as we watch some wonderful traffic this afternoon on the southern side of the airport. For those who are just joining, I'm your host Matt, and I'm joined with my co-host Sam, and we are filming on the end of runway 09. Rob G, thank you very much for that. We really do appreciate your support and your help. I hope you enjoy the live stream for the rest of the afternoon.
So as we can also see, Turkish has just closed its cargo door, so hopefully we do see the takeoff of that very soon here.
Alfredo, that is our big concern right now, as it seems to be that time. The Lufthansa 748 is taxiing up the runway at the moment. The train may unfortunately block that. It really does depend on if it stops or if it doesn't.
Yesterday, the train did stop here for about 30 minutes, which wasn't good, but we weren't streaming at the time. We were just doing some filming, getting some footage, which was good. And Rob G says the Lufty Queen will take up a lot of the runway. Yes, it will. A very heavy Queen always will. That is Lufthansa flight LH463 taking off, taxiing I should say, to runway 9er. And not too far out we have Skybus, flight 5236, a DC-8. My favourite aircraft that operates into Miami. On its way in, it is the second aircraft to land now, so it shouldn't be too far away. And Luke is tuned in again from New Zealand. Thanks again, Luke. And we have the Lufthansa 747-8 on the screen right now. That is going to be taking off in front of us, off to Frankfurt. But next on approach, we have the DC-8, operated by Skybus. And here is the DC-8. And that DC-8 was awesome to watch arrive in. Such a classic. Such a classic. But now we have the train coming past here at the spot. So hopefully the we hope the Queen will hold and wait for us. We really do. It's quite a long train. The train of death, as a lot of you guys say. So we do apologize for this. It's not something that we can control, unfortunately. And that is right, Kurt. Keep that train moving.
We do apologize for this, as this is out of our control. However, we are incredibly lucky as the train is not stopping and only just rolling through. So we do hope that the Queen holds and allows for us to get a shot of her takeoff. I think we are in the clear as the train is just about to pass, and Lufthansa is still holding short of runway 9. So we have Lufthansa, which is now on the move. And fortunately, the train is also just about to pass us now. So we will be able to get a shot of Lufthansa just in the nick of time.
That was awesome to see, so it was great that we were able to catch that. The train just moved in time. We're at about 586 viewers, so that is great to see. Really appreciate everyone's support today. I think that's the highest we've got to so far, 586. That's great. So we were really, really lucky that we were able to catch that 7-4 and the train got out of the way. So we're just checking flight radar now to see what else is on approach. Anything else cool? Next have an American Airlines 737-800 arriving in from Punta Cana as flight 1250. We have quite, okay, so from what I can see, we have quite a lot of American Airlines aircraft on approach now, so it'll be good fun.
So we do thank everyone for their support and for tuning in this afternoon and joining us here at Miami Airport on the south side of the airfield. We are positioned right next to runway 09, and for those who are just tuning in, I'm Matt and I'm joined with my co-host Sam.
G'day everyone, really appreciate everyone's support today. Looks like we were able to reach up to 670 views, which is really good. We really appreciate everyone's support here today. It's been a great day so far, a lot more still to come for the rest of the day.
Absolutely, we have a lot more arrivals. We have the British Airways Airbus A380 arriving soon as well, within the next hour I believe. But next up on runway 09 we have American Airlines flight AA3780, which is an Embraer E175 LR, which is arguably one of the most common planes here in Miami, and that is coming from the Valley.
So we have quite a rush now of narrow bodies for runway 9er, which is really good to see. And here is that American Eagle E175 LR flight 3780 from the Valley. Really appreciate everyone's support. We've already got 338 likes on this video. We can't thank everyone enough. It's been really good to see the support today. Hopefully we have delivered so far a great live stream on this beautiful summer's day in the south of Florida at Miami International Airport, where it is currently 17:27, so 5:27 p.m. And Timmy NASCAR 28 says, is this your last stream here in the near future? Well, mate, we might be streaming here tomorrow. We will get an answer for everyone tonight, and we will make a post on YouTube with that. And on the screen now is American Airlines Flight 598, a Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving in from Antigua. Oh, we got Will from Melbourne. Williams Plane Spotting. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Good to see you here.
Hello, Wilbo.
Wilbo. And we have Karen. Good evening from England. G'day, Karen. Thanks for joining the live stream today. And we have Chantel from South Africa. Thanks for joining, Chantel. Great to see we have a lot of viewers from around the world, including a lot of the destinations in which we want to provide you streams from. And Timmy NASCAR says, I sure hope you have another one. That'll be awesome. I might be able to be stress-free for the weekend if you stay. Well, Timmy NASCAR, we will try our best. We really will. Just got to find out a couple more things in regards to the stream tomorrow if we go ahead with it. But do keep an eye out on our YouTube forum and we will post about it if we do decide to stream tomorrow. And the next arrival is Avianca Flight 30 from Medellin. It is an Airbus A320neo wearing the new Avianca livery. Great to see we have some of our already regulars in the chat. Timmy NASCAR, Greg, Rob G. Great to see you guys sticking around for the live stream. Timmy NASCAR is in South Bend where it's a cool 98 degrees. That is, whoa, that's a hot one there then. And Jose from Tasmania, g'day mate. Great to see a fellow Aussie joining in on the stream today. We have Mike from Melbourne, another local. Thank you, UK Can 33. We really appreciate your support. Hope to see you again on our future live streams. And the next arrival is American Airlines Flight 1379. It's an Airbus A319 arriving in from Bonaire. Phantom Planes is planning a Daytona Beach stream at the end of the month. Well, that is great, mate. We wish you all the best with that one. Great to see. And Greg asks, is Toronto ever going to be a plan for live streaming? Yes. Well, Matt and I can both agree on that one. I think Toronto would definitely be a place we would look at for our streams in the future. And if you'd like to become a member, you can have the access, the exclusive access of deciding where you would like us to stream next, including the airport and the spot. In the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy this landing. And we have Ina enjoying the stream from Ireland, saying the Queen is something else. It sure is. I definitely love seeing the Queen. We have Heather joining in from Auckland in New Zealand. Thanks for joining. Well, Roger Abbott is in Knoxville, Tennessee, where it is a hot 93 degrees Fahrenheit. And the next arrival from St. Thomas is American Airlines Flight 943. It's a Boeing 737 MAX 8. So Brenda, we will be streaming around the world from various locations. So stay tuned to this channel, Aviation Videography, where we will be bringing you various streams from various airports. So it seems everyone here watching the stream today is in a very hot climate location. We've got Sacramento, Phoenix, Arizona, 105 degrees, 107, wow. 110 in Indian Wells in California. Wow, that's really hot. We really do appreciate everyone's support.
So our next arrival is American Airlines Embraer E175LR. And this is arriving from PTP, which is a little French island just south of Florida. That will emerge from behind the trees in just a moment. I can just see it there. A beautifully smooth landing by that pilot for American Airlines. So for everybody just tuning in, I'm Matt and I'm joined with my co-host Sam, and we're here at Miami Airport in the afternoon filming some Runway 09 arrivals and departures. We plan to bring you a lot more airports live in the near future. So do stay tuned for that. Subscribe. And if you want to show the channel more support, do sign up as a channel member where you'll influence where we are live streaming at and where you would like us to go next. So just catching up to the chat here. Phantom Planes, thank you so much for your subscription. I really, really do appreciate it. And Sam and I both appreciate you joining the stream today and chatting with us while we watch some of the afternoon traffic. Hello, Mark. Thank you for joining the stream. We have one of our moderators here today, Max from Aviation. Hello, Max. How are you going? So we have a nice little rush of American Airlines aircraft coming in over the course of the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll be waiting for the next one to emerge from behind the tree.
And we have Joan Carlos saying Princess Juliana Airport will be awesome. Are you planning to go to St. Martin? Definitely a cool airport I'd love to visit one day, that's for sure.
Definitely a world-renowned place. It would have been very cool to visit when KLM were flying their 747s there. We see lots of videos online about that.
And next up to land on runway 9 is Global X flight 304 from Santo Domingo. It is an Airbus A320. G'day Craig, joining in from England. Great to see you, mate.
Yes, SeaTac is a very, very busy airport. It would be very cool to try and do something there. And it is a nice little base for Delta as well. So you get a lot of different aircraft types of Delta Airlines, which is really cool to see. So one we might check out in the near future. Arriving next is an American Airlines Boeing 737-800 arriving from AUA. This is flight AA1036. Very cool to hear about Global X wanting to do cargo services. They're a very nice little airline, one that you don't really see in many places in the world. So it'd be nice to see them expand into the freight market. Hello Jeff, thanks for tuning in. We do know that the US, you are allowed to listen to ATC legally, and we do intend to incorporate it into our streams for the next time we're in the US. We are doing this step by step and trying to make sure that we can bring you the best quality streams possible. And the next step is to bring live ATC to the streams for the US, for Australia, and anywhere else where we can legally record it and include it into the streams. McCat Lady, I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad to hear that we're giving you your Miami airport fix. It is a wonderful airport. Josh, hello from Florida. I agree. Miami fix has been nice. Timmy NASCAR 28, we're really, really pleased to hear that. And we're very happy to bring you your Miami fix. And we hope to do that again tomorrow, but we are just waiting for a couple of things to be approved before we can confirm that. However, we do hope that we can stay just one more day and bring you another day of Miami plane spotting. So our next arrival is American Airlines flight AA1481 from Santo Domingo, 737-800. Phantom Planes, thank you very much for joining and for showing your support on the stream. We hope to see you next time. Our next arrival is Avianca Airbus A320-200 arriving from Bogota, Colombia. And that will be arriving in only a few moments. We just got to wait for it to emerge from behind the tree. Team NASCAR, thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy the streams at future locations. So do stay tuned and let us know your feedback on if you enjoy them and what you think. So just like to thank everyone again for 500 concurrent viewers. This is awesome to be showing this with 500 people, like-minded people, wanting to watch some planes landing and taking off from Miami like we do. We truly appreciate the support and all the chat that we're getting. So that was Aviation Airlines from Pagoda. We're also very close to 400 likes, so once again, and without sounding too repetitive, but we would like to really thank you for all your support. We really do appreciate it, and don't know a better way to show it than to remind everybody about how much we do appreciate it. So our next flight is iAero Airways, classic Boeing 737, arriving from Camagüey. Jackstow, thank you very much for being the 400th like on this stream. That is absolutely amazing. Both Sam and I are very, very happy and very proud to be presenting Miami to you, and for 400 people to click that like button and show their support.
As Matt just said, can't thank everyone enough. It's been really cool to have great support from everyone here to bring you a live stream here at Miami today. It's been great. It's currently 17:47 in the afternoon, so 5:47 p.m. here in the south of Florida. Still 32 degrees Celsius, so about 90 degrees Fahrenheit, so quite hot. But it's great to do some plane spotting.
Our next arrival is American Airlines, Embraer E175LR from Dominica. This is operating as AA3579. Carlos, the weather is indeed amazing. It's getting better and better as the afternoon goes on. The clouds are disappearing little by little. So we've only got a couple of wispy ones over on the horizon and towards the city of Miami. But they are forecasted to clear up as the day goes on, so it is trending that way, which is great to see.
And next to arrive in is American Eagle flight 3946, operated by Envoy Air. It's an Embraer E175LR arriving in from Nassau. And after that, there is a little bit of a break for quite a while, so do stay tuned. We do have a lot of plane spotting to do for the rest of the evening and afternoon. MJ Scanlon Photography says, where are you fellas from? South Beach? No, mate. We are from Melbourne in Australia.
Yep, all the way from down under. So we've traveled a long way to be able to stream here in Miami. It is a world-class destination and one that's a particular focus for Australian spotters, as there is some very different aircraft type here that we don't see at home, like the DC-8s, the DC-10s, and a lot of the 767 freighters here, as Australia has a huge lack of 767 freighters.
And Carlos Santiago with a super chat of $50. Mate, we can't thank you enough for that. Awesome support. Thank you so much, Carlos, for tuning in to today's stream. It's been a good one so far. It's awesome to have such great viewers already. Thank you, MJ Scanlon. Really appreciate that.
Carlos, I'd like to also thank you very much. It's your support that allows us to keep bringing you live content from around the world. I highly, highly appreciate it, and we will keep doing this as long as everybody is enjoying it.
Yet again, we really appreciate everyone's support. Every bit of support helps us to try and deliver you guys the best quality live stream we can from various locations around the world. And if you'd like to become a member, you can have your say on exclusive polls on where you would like us to stream, including the country, the airport, even the spotting location. Have your say. We are more than happy to deliver our best. Thanks again for Carlos for a wonderful donation.
Alison, yes, Australia is a fantastic country. It's one that's awesome to visit. For us plane spotters and aviation enthusiasts though, we are always looking for something different. So Miami is as different as it gets for us. A lot of older aircraft, a lot of freight aircraft that we don't really see in Australia. So it's definitely nice for us to see something very different. Jeff and Mass One, no, we are not related to Sid Squad. However, we are great friends with Tim and Kurt as well, who run the channel and run the live streams over there. So a huge shout out to Tim and Kurt. They have also inspired us to start live streaming and to bring you live content from around the world. They are wonderful guys. If you haven't already subscribed, do go check them out.
And just a quick update with the British Airways A380, BA Flight 209 is 22 minutes out. So hopefully we get a nice landing shot of that here on runway 9er. And we are starting to get some really nice golden light out here as well. It's really good to see. Sun is going down.
Arriving in from San Jose, we have American Airlines flight AA1600. This is a Boeing 737 MAX 8. Here it is on screen now.
Jeff says Sid Squad are great people. Yes. Kurt and Tim are awesome blokes down in Sydney. Both Matt and I love watching their streams. I myself tune into it at least weekly. Thanks Alison Costa for the great support. And Jeffin asks, are you surprised that Qantas chose Airbus as their project Sunrise? Personally, I didn't follow along with it too much. But I think with the delays with the 777X, I think with the Airbus concept already around and already flying, I guess that's probably what might have prompted them to choose that one. And it looks like Turkish also is just starting to push back. The 777-200 freighter from Turkish Airlines is just pushing back there.
In the next few minutes, that's going to start taxiing up to runway 9 for a close-up departure. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be going to Sao Paulo in Brazil as TK6409. It should sound wonderful as we'll get right up close to the GE90 spool up.
And the next arrival here on runway 9 is World Atlantic Airlines flight 1101 arriving in from Havana. This is a classic McDonnell Douglas MD-83, so do hope you enjoy this one. One of my favorites that land into Miami and take off. Wind is starting to pick up here, so the MD-83 sure is a cool aircraft with the reverse thrusters. Thank you, Lindsay Anderson, from tuning in from Auckland in New Zealand.
Arriving in from runway 09 is American Airlines, coming from Camagüey. My apologies for that. It is an Airbus A319-100. Fly low, yes, the camera does move when there's some action on our side of the airport. Unfortunately, Miami is a little bit patchy at the moment. There's periods where there's a lot of arrivals and there's periods where there's just nothing. However, when there is some action, we always will follow it. Top Cat, we have gone to Atlanta before, however, we haven't been there recently. We will be going back there for streaming at some point, as it is a very busy airport and there are some wonderful views, particularly on the Renaissance Hotel balconies. So it'll be a great area to stream from, and we will definitely do that in the near future. So stay tuned for that. UK Can 33, we are very jealous. The Lufthansa A340 is a wonderful aircraft, and we hope to fly it one day soon before their eventual retirement, but we hope that's not anytime soon.
Great to see Lufthansa as an airline pretty much bringing back into service their 747-400s, their 340-300s, the 340-600s, and pretty soon the A380s, which is really good to see. I really do enjoy that, so hoping I can get on the Lufthansa 340-300 next month, actually.
So just leaving the freight apron now is the Turkish Airlines freight Boeing 777-200, which will be going to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Topclat, we're so glad that you're enjoying the stream, and yes, Miami has a lot of big planes here, so for the aviation enthusiasts that are interested in the bigger commercial airlines like 777s, A380s, 747s, this is definitely the stream for you, as there is an abundance of them here. Jeff, there is Delta here, however their schedules are quite scarce. There was a 757 that landed a little bit earlier, and I believe there's a couple more flights until the end of the day. So if it does come to this side of the runway, we will film it and you will get to see it. Topcat, we're going to attempt to stream for the next few hours, possibly until about 9 PM Miami time, which is in 3 hours time from now. So do stay tuned for the rest of the afternoon and the evening. So Turkish cargo is currently going to be holding short of the runway, as we have an American Airlines Boeing 737-800 arriving in on runway 9, flight AA1527 from PLS.
Setup, you guys. Are you guys local? You guys come in? Maybe I'd want somebody else that subscribe to you guys.
So Turkish is still holding here, and it looks like it is waiting for American Airlines flight 1124, a Boeing 737-800 landing from Barranquilla, I think. Sorry if my pronunciation is wrong.
These airports are quite exotic for us, as we live on the other side of the world. So we do apologise profusely for any mispronunciations of any places. Dylan, you are absolutely correct. There is a British Airways A380 arriving very soon. We are anticipating that it will land on our runway, but anything can happen in aviation. UK Can 33, yes. We are very much looking forward to having a few stubbies when we get home, and we have our hats, sunnies, sunscreen, umbrellas, all the works to stay safe from the UV, and also to take refuge away from the heat under the shelter of the umbrella. So tracking in downwind of the airport at the moment is the British Airways A380. It's banking now just past the city of Miami. So that will be arriving on runway 9 in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Next to arrive in is American Airlines flight 2415, arriving in from Mexico City. It's an Airbus A319. Sorry about that one, guys. The cord got caught. The microphone cord got caught, so I do apologise. So it is good news that we will see the British Airways A380 landing here on runway 9, hopefully, showing all the signs that it should. And Turkish is lining up right now on runway 9, so we should get a nice departure now.
You came a little farther. Yeah, the 777's following him behind him.
I see him first. But the A380's much more better. Yeah. 57, 70. What kind of airport?
guys, look at Turkish cargo. Come here, Jake. Hey, air freight is over there. A380's low. A380's over there. Come on, buddy.
That Turkish departure sure was a really nice turn and burn, as Timmy NASCAR 28 likes to say, one of our great viewers. And we have the 737 lining up here on runway 9er. Starfighter. Another classic 7-3. Yep, just turn and block, that is right. Here we go. Spool up. That was great to see. Now the A380 is on final approach, BA flight 209 from London Heathrow. Oh, we have a Lufthansa 747-400 diverting to Miami from Orlando. So Lufthansa flight 464 that was scheduled to arrive into Orlando looks like it is diverting to Miami. So that will be really cool to see. Another Queen, another Lufthansa Queen. Wow, we're already up to 712 viewers. Really good to see, guys. We really appreciate everyone's support today. And here is the BA A380. Just to remind everyone, I'd like to welcome you to Aviation Videography. My name is Sam and I'm joined with fellow co-host Matt.
Hello, everyone.
We just had the British Airways A380 just land right in front of us here on runway 9er. We definitely need to get some mods, so we will get that sorted for the next stream. We definitely need some mods. We have Air France, the Boeing 777-300ER, flight 90, coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. And can we find out who the spammer is? Please let us know. That Air France was awesome. Yeah, I did see with the BA it said it was diverting to Tampa, but luckily it didn't. It appears there is a huge cell over Orlando.
Restaurant just before
I'm gonna fly American Airlines. 777-223. Boeing.
Good, like an early dinner there.
777-223. And I'm gonna fly a FedEx 767. I thought you were gonna fly the British Airways. Oh,
Is that the same one?
Thanks for that, guys. We will definitely get on to mods for the next stream. We will try police the chat as best as we can, but still plain spot at the same time. So it is rather hard, but we will try our best.
Do I have to fly my 777-223 airlines to London? What?
How long are you guys down here for?
Will I fly to London? Oh, yes. I don't know. Not
Going to different airports?
Beijing. Where are you gonna fly? Venice is the Daddy, what's that plane way out there? Daddy! Daddy! What's that airplane way out there that we see? What is it?
So we've tried to police the chat. I've just got rid of some individuals who may have been spamming, so hopefully we don't see that for the rest of the stream. But in the meantime, we have a DHL Boeing 777-200 freighter holding short of runway 9er. Thanks for the support, guys. MJ Scanlon, Greg. Really do support it. Team NASCAR. We are trying our best. And yes, Alex, we do need some mods, so we will get that sorted for the next stream, we can guarantee. Mods are a must. So, holding short of runway 9er is this DHL flight 785. It is a Boeing 777-200 freighter, and it is off to Seoul, Incheon in South Korea.
Quite a long flight, so we expect a very, very long roll on its departure. But arriving on runway 9 now is the American Airlines Airbus A321-200, direct from Dallas-Fort Worth, and that will be arriving very, very shortly. Also banking in the sky now is the Diverted Lufthansa 747-400 that was supposed to be landing in Orlando, but due to severe thunderstorms has now diverted south to Miami. So the next arrival on runway 9 is going to be American Airlines flight AA1790 from San Juan, and that is a 737-800. After that there is a short break, so the DHL 777 may or may not depart during that little period, so we will find out very shortly. The Lufthansa 747 that is diverting is a 400 variant, which is going to be very cool to see, as Miami currently only gets the 8 variant. So something a little bit different, which is always good to see. And yes, as for the chat, we are struggling to keep up with everything at the moment because there is a lot going on at the moment at Miami. There's a lot of planes, but we will be getting mods before we do our next stream. We'll be getting a lot of them to make sure that the chat is all friendly and running smoothly. At the moment we are doing the best we can, so do work with us here just a little bit. We would really appreciate it.
We've already got some great suggestions in the chat of some future mods, so that is great.
So we've just been told by one of our good friends in Melbourne that we can actually add moderators right now. So we are currently adding a couple of mods just for the time being to maybe help us police the chat.
Guys, too far.
Based on who you guys have been saying are mods for other channels. We know that we can trust them and they have a wonderful reputation.
And here we have the DHL 777-200 freighter operated by Polar Air Cargo off to Seoul, Incheon, South Korea, lining up on runway 09. Hopefully we get a nice turn and burn and you can listen to those GE90s. And sometimes, hey, you just can't beat the sound of those engines. And we have a super chat from Rob G. Those are some great mods there, great at what they do. Really appreciate that, Rob. Really appreciate your support this Arvo as well, mate. It's been great to see. And arriving in on runway 9 right now is American Airlines, Spirit Airlines, flight 3057. It's an Airbus A319 arriving in from Dallas, Fort Worth in Texas. A livery that really does stand out. So thanks again, Rob G, for the donation. $5 donation, really helps. All support helps us bring you these live streams from various locations around the world. Welcome, French. Great to see someone tuning in from Phoenix. And B-Tech Pilot asks, why has the 747 diverted from Orlando? So from what we have been told, it seems there was quite a large storm cell over Orlando. So they have decided to divert the 747-400 here, which is great to see. Yes, that 777 is an amazing plane. And that is right in front of you, American Airlines. Flight 1391 arriving in from St. Thomas. And that was a smooth landing. 737-800.
Jacob, come here. I want to take your picture with Lufthansa. Jake, come here. Come here now. Both of you come here. Right here. Come here. I want to take your picture with the... Then we're going to be all done.
G'day, Craig. Tuning in from South Africa. Great to see we have some viewers from around the world.
Just circling back to Rob, thank you very much for the $5 donation. My apologies, I was behind the camera, so I wasn't able to respond. Really, really appreciate it, and your support is what makes this possible and what makes us be able to bring you live content around the world, so we really appreciate it. Can't say that enough.
Put it on the ground. Set it down. 1, 2, put it down. Stand with your brother. You guys stand.
Also, a huge thanks to our now current mods who are helping police the chat, as there has been a bit of strife there recently and some arguments that we definitely weren't anticipating and weren't prepared for. However, they've come in and saved the day, so for that we really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much, mods.
Yes, just like that.
Well, that was great to see the 747-400 divert from Orlando.
Bye, guys.
And Kurt is still watching from Budapest. Kurt's been watching for a while now. Really appreciate your help, mate. That was really good to see that Lufthansa 74. Always nice to have a great surprise when plane spotting, when you have a diversion like that.
So next up we have another cool plane. We have the iAero Airways flight WQ253 direct from Havana, Cuba. That's a 737-400, which is very cool. Aesthetic Aviation. Yes, you finally made the live stream, and welcome. Good to see another fellow Aussie joining the chat. I hope the weather is as nice in Canberra as it is here in Florida. Jose, yep, absolutely. Definitely would not want to be a passenger on that 747 because they most likely will be stuck on that plane until departure. So that would be rather unfortunate for those passengers. So we plan to stream for the next couple of hours, so 2.5 hours. It starts to get dark at about 8:15 when the sun sets. So we'll be streaming for 45 minutes after that, catching the last little batch of night arrivals before packing up for today and deciding whether or not we'll be able to stream tomorrow. EFD Adventures, welcome to the stream. Great to have you, and wonderful from the Ukraine. Like, we have a huge diversity of viewers from all around the world. This is fantastic to see. We would also like to thank everybody for 500 likes. That is absolutely huge and something that we weren't anticipating. I just want to say thank you for all your support once again.
I myself as well would like to say a big thanks. We definitely were not anticipating to get up to 500 likes on our second live stream here, but you know, it all comes down back to the viewers, and it's been great support today from everyone.
It's amazing to think that 500 like-minded people have been watching the stream and liked it. Hello, Wayne. Wow, that is indeed quite cold over there in Geelong. Can't say I miss the cold weather at the moment. It's been nice and warm here in Florida. Aesthetic Aviation asks, what's your favorite aircraft and airline to see in Miami compared to Melbourne and the rest of Australia? Well, I think it's safe to say, and I can speak for Sam as well on this, but the DC-8, which is operating in Miami almost daily, I believe, to South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. And that is operated by Skybus, which is an incredibly rare aircraft type, the DC-8. So it's wonderful to see. Hello ERB, welcome to the stream. Hello Philip, glad to have you aboard and on the stream. I do hope you enjoy our afternoon here in Miami. Timmy NASCAR, unfortunately it is out of our hands at the moment. We do have to wait for something to get approved before we're able to confirm or deny whether we can stream tomorrow. But stay tuned and we will let you know.
We will definitely try our best, but stay tuned to the YouTube forum and we will make a post later tonight on whether the stream will go ahead tomorrow or not. And Craig Russell says there's an Atlas Air 747-400 from Anchorage, 5 minutes out. Anchorage is an amazing place. We were there about a month and a half ago. Really was a spectacular place for some plane spotting. We hope to go back there in the near future to bring you guys a live stream from there.
So next up on runway 9 is American Airlines flight AA448 from Guayaquil. This is operated by a Boeing 737 MAX 8. So Aesthetic Aviation, the temperature here is quite warm. I believe it's 31 degrees Celsius. No, 31 degrees Celsius, which is about 88 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is quite hot here, but we are persevering from the heat and bringing you all the action around Miami. Hello, Rudy. Great to see our friend back on the stream, watching us and showing his support. Yes, we're still on. We're still powering through. We're absolutely loving it. We've had good fun out here. Lots of good planes and even some diversions, which is cool, or diversion, I should say. So thank you very much for coming back. And we have a $10 donation from GE. Thank you so much for that. We really, really appreciate your support. And it's your support that will keep making this possible and for us to bring you live content from around the world. So thank you again. We cannot express this enough.
Thank you, GE. Really appreciate the support, mate. Every bit of support today, guys, just helps us bring you the next live stream from a different location around the world. Now, next donation is from Airline Videos, our good friends in Los Angeles, Kevin. Thanks, mate. Going for 11 hours today. Can't say we'll do that, but we'll try our best to see how long we can go for, depending on the movements here. But really appreciate your support. And to everyone who is watching the stream, I'm sure everyone knows Airline Videos already. Probably don't need to say this, but please go and have a look at their channel, have a look at the LAX live streams that they can bring you, Phoenix and San Francisco. Definitely. We have LA Plane Spotter, our good friend Rudy, back in the chat. Great to see everyone back. Can't wait to catch up with you guys again. I'm sure Matt would say the same.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to it. And just to go back, apologies for not saying anything sooner, Kevin. I was just behind the camera videoing that American Airlines A321. We really do appreciate that. 11 hours, I don't think we have the stamina for just yet, but maybe in the future we can build that stamina up. Really, really appreciate it.
Great to see Stephanie Hutchinson in the chat. Good evening from North Carolina. Love seeing some of my favorite LAX people here. That is great to hear. And we have a 7-6 on approach, so stand by. That there was LATAM flight 2464 from Lima to Boeing 767-300. And we have our good friend LA Plane Spotter donating $4.99 tip, wishing you huge success in your future worldwide live streaming adventures. Much love to you guys from your friends here in Los Angeles. Thanks so much, Rudy. Really do appreciate that. We can't thank you enough. You've been a great friend to us. Can't wait to catch up with you in LA again at the H Hotel for a great night of plane spotting and some pizza and some beer.
Yes, definitely some of the best experiences that we've had in LA. The H Hotel, just having a chat, having some pizza, and just catching up with you guys and what you guys are up to and what we're up to. It really is a highlight. So I can't thank you enough again, Rudy. We really do appreciate it.
And we have a 747 coming in. There's two 747-400 variants in the last hour, which is really cool to see. That was an Atlas Air 747-400 freighter that arrived in from Anchorage as flight 8050. So we were in Anchorage about a month ago, I'd say. Amazing place, definitely an airport we plan to go back to in very much in the near future, and we hope to bring you a live stream from there. Thank you, Eric, from tuning in from Israel. And we also wish Rudy a great trip across the pond on his next trip. Yes, Rudy, we definitely have to come back soon to hang out. It's going to be good fun. Sure do miss the days of chilling at the H Hotel with some good friends.
We do intend to come back before this, but we have locked in some dates for Los Angeles. We will be back in LA in February next year. So we do intend to come back before that, but those are dates that we have locked in. So we will definitely be seeing you then. And we'll be there for quite a few days, so we'll have plenty of time to catch up and hopefully spend a few days together, and it should be good fun. I can't wait.
And just to add to that, with Matt and I both being pretty spontaneous with our trips, I'm sure we will be back there within the coming weeks. Steven says he loves how low the flaps go on the 747-400. Almost seems like they're going to touch the runway. Yes, it's really cool to see. Once again, guys, we'd like to thank everyone for tuning in to today's stream. We're at 516 viewers with 563 likes. We honestly cannot thank everyone enough. It's been a great day so far. It's currently 18:49, so 6:49 p.m. south of Florida here. My name is Sam. I'm joined by my co-host Matt as we do some live plane spotting here in Miami. And the next arrival on runway 9 is American Airlines flight 1546, arriving in from Point Salnez. It's a Boeing 737 MAX 8. So it looks like the Lufthansa 747-400 is taking off again. But it's going to be going on 8 right. It didn't stay here for too long. That is right. ANC, such a cool airport. And here, as you can see on the screen, the Atlas 747-400 freighter arrived in from Anchorage, back taxiing to its gate. Such a stunning aircraft, the Queen. So Phantom Planes asks, why is there a Lufthansa 747-400 here flying to Orlando? Well, that aircraft was originally supposed to land in Orlando, but it diverted here. And look at the glow on that Atlas. It is stunning, that livery. And next on approach is American Eagle flight 3951 arriving in from Georgetown. It's a Embraer E175 LR. And yes, Phantom Planes, the Lufthansa 747-400 was a diverted flight. And the next arrival on runway 9er is American Airlines flight 920, which is a Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving in from Cali. Starting to get a really nice golden hour lighting here. It's currently 18:53, and they're just popping out from behind the trees. It's that American Airlines 737 MAX arriving in from Cali, here in Miami on runway 9er. Thanks again for joining us, Miss Wolves13. Thanks for subscribing. And thanks to the 571 likes we have already received on this video. As we said, each little bit of support really does help us bring you the next stream from whatever location you guys would like. And if you do become a member today, you get the exclusive perk of exclusive polls in which you can vote and decide where you would like us to stream next from any continent, country, city, airport, and even spotting location from around the world. Let us know where you'd like us to go. And yes, the Speedbird 380 did land 10 minutes ago, that was right. And next on approach, as you can see, is American Airlines flight 2295. It's a Boeing 737-800 arriving in from Vex Fort, I think. Just just going off from what the chat is, we do know a lot of you love ANC Airport, Anchorage. We do plan to bring you some more footage from there. And the next arrival on runway 9 in front of us from New Orleans is American Airlines flight 1691 arriving in from New Orleans. It's an Airbus A319. Thank you to everyone who's watching again, all 553 viewers right now. Really do appreciate everyone's support who has watched throughout the day. We cannot thank you enough. Please let us know if you can hear us. Hopefully we can get this mic fixed. Sweet. Microphone is back on and working. We do apologize about that. We did have the mic fail on us there for a second. We do apologize, but it is loud and clear now. Good to hear, good to hear. Okay, so just to update you guys, the next aircraft on approach for us here is Bahamas Air, flight 229. It is a Boeing 737-700 arriving in from Nassau. Should see that here in a couple seconds. And Kenji, that is right. Can't hear the planes yet because there are no planes in front of us. But here comes the 737-700 from Bahamas Air. And Turkish Airlines is 15 minutes out, that is right. We'll get a quick update on that one, we'll have a look. Yep, it's a Boeing 777-300ER, flight 77, arriving in from Istanbul. And the next aircraft on arrival here is American Airlines Flight 838 arriving in from Havana. It's a Boeing 737-800. So we've seen a lot of those today, but you know, always cool to see one. And yes, Johnny White, this is live at Miami Airport. It's currently 19:03 or 7:03 p.m. in the south of Florida.
Gerson, you definitely can become a member. You just have to click the join button on the channel page. So go to our homepage on the channel and there should be a join, and then you can become a member as well and influence our decision on where we are going to be live streaming. Hello, Glenn. Nice to have you tuning in from Texas. I hope the weather is just as nice over there as it is for us on our end in Florida. So our next arrival is the American Airlines Airbus A319-100 coming in from Kingstown as flight AA1427. So we just wait for it again to emerge from behind the tree, and then we'll be filming it as it flies by and touches down on runway 09. Arriving onto runway 08 left is a FedEx Boeing 767-300 freighter. It's arriving in from Fort Worth, which is located in Texas. So FedEx have a huge operational base here in Miami. They get loads of daily flights. However, it is very rare to see them landing or taking off on the south side of the airport, which is where we are filming. And this is due to their facilities being located on the northern side of the airfield. So it's a far quicker taxi for takeoff and landing if they land on runway 08 left. Next to arrive on runway 9 is flight AA2106, which is an American Airlines Boeing 737-800 from San Jose. Johnny White, yes, there was an A380 that was featured just before. It landed from London Heathrow, and we should see the departure just before the stream ends at 9 p.m. tonight, which is just under 2 hours away, and its scheduled departure is 8:30 p.m. So yes, there is more A380s to be seen. I'm unsure about that, Carlos. I always thought it was an American base. I didn't think United had too many flights here, but I could be wrong in saying that. So for those just tuning in, I'm your host, Matt, and I'm joined with my co-host here, Sam.
G'day, how's it going? Great to have you. Great to have everyone watching the stream today.
And we are filming from Miami International Airport on runway 9. It's great to have so much support here in the chat and some wonderful conversations going on. Arriving next on runway 9 is the American flight AA572. This is a Boeing 737-800 from Williamstad. For those of you who have been watching the stream for a little while now will notice how common the Boeing 737-800, the MAX 8 and the Embraer E175 is. There is a lot of those here in Miami, as it is an American Airlines base, and they are also just a very common aircraft type that connects a lot of the cities to Miami. Stephanie, hello and welcome to the stream. And here we have the American 737 from Williamstad. That's right, KCH0891. That will be the next arrival, the Frontier flight from Punta Cana. And yes, in terms of the mods, you can leave whenever you want. There is no obligation whatsoever. So don't feel locked in at all.
But we do appreciate everyone's help today with the stream. But we do want to stress enough, if you can't mod or if you don't want to mod, it's alright. But we do appreciate the help.
So coming in next is the Frontier Airbus A320neo, arriving from Punta Cana, as mentioned just before, as flight F967. So currently just waiting for that Frontier A320neo to emerge from behind the tree, which it just has. So as you'll see on the screen now.
And just in terms with the mods, we will be personally deciding who mods our videos. Obviously we would pick the right people for the job, so we really do appreciate everyone's help when it comes to modding. And wow, we're nearly at 600 likes for this video. That is amazing. We are at 599 likes. We honestly cannot thank everyone enough for the amazing support on today's stream. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's really cool to see.
So arriving on runway 9 now is the American Airlines flight 2703. And that has just arrived from the port of Spain with the Boeing 737 MAX 8. A very common aircraft type here in Miami. So it looks like the Turkish Airlines Boeing 777-300ER from Istanbul has unfortunately decided to land on runway 12, which is not the runway that we're filming near, and we don't particularly have a good view of it either. So that is rather unfortunate, but that tends to happen here in Miami.
And looks like we have surpassed the 600 likes. Wow, we are now at 607. We honestly cannot thank everyone enough for the amazing support on today's stream. All the support that you guys gives us pretty much goes straight to the next live stream that we will bring you from various locations around the world. And if you'd like to become a member, have your say on exclusive member polls only, and give us your thoughts and your ideas on where you would like us to stream, please let us know. But to reach and surpass 600 likes is just amazing. We can't thank you enough, and I know Matt would say the same.
Yes, I feel very honoured to have so much support for our stream, and being our first official stream overseas, it really is an amazing feeling.
Thank you for tuning in, Caribbean Guy. Greetings from Jamaica, hot and sunny Jamaica. Wow, that is an exotic place. Thanks for tuning in today, mate.
Thank you. And yes, we are Australian. We're from Melbourne, Australia. And we've travelled all the way here to Miami to bring you a live Miami live stream. So it looks like we do have a little bit of a break on runway 9. There is no arrivals and no departures for the time being. However, on the screen you will see that Turkish Airlines 777 that I mentioned just before. It is arriving on runway 12. From here you can get a little bit of an approach, but the touchdown is inevitably blocked by buildings, power lines and trees.
And Aesthetic Aviation asks, do you travel together for plane spotting? Yes, well, we try to travel as much as we can to do some plane spotting, and we thought, why not bring it to everyone on YouTube live? So any form of support would help us and will help us to bring you the next live stream abroad and overseas. And g'day Colin Green from Melbourne. Great to see you joining the stream, mate. Heard Melbourne was, I think, -1 degrees Celsius yesterday, so glad I was not there for that.
And I also saw the passenger Atlas decided to go off runway 27 as well. So a nice little treat for the Melbourne spotters.
And Rob G asks, is Miami International Airport you guys' first stop while in the States? No, so we're only here for about a week at the moment. So this trip we will only be live streaming in Miami. We'll be going back to Australia, and we'll be doing another trip hopefully soon to another overseas location, and we can let the members decide on that one.
We're also going to allow the channel members to decide where our next live stream in Australia is going to be and at what location at that airport. So if you want to partake in that, do sign up to be a channel member and you will partake in the poll for where we're going to be live streaming next. So we look forward to that. It could be Sydney, it could be Melbourne, it could be Brisbane, it could be Perth. It really just depends on what our viewers want.
So not too much action on the south end of the airport at the moment, but the next arrival that we hopefully will see is American Airlines Flight 594. It's a Boeing 737-800 arriving in from Liberia. So as you just saw taxi past there was the Turkish 777.
So unfortunately there's not too much action down on this side of the airport right now, so the camera will remain stationary as there's nothing to really record. But there will be some flights landing very shortly. Unfortunately we are going to have to pack up a little bit early today as something has regrettably come up, but it will either consolidate or ruin our chances of live streaming tomorrow. So we do have to take care of that in order to try and secure tomorrow to bring you more Miami live content. So instead of finishing at 9 o'clock, we're going to be finishing in about 20 minutes or a quarter to 8 Miami time. For those who have still been watching for quite a while now, we do thank you for your support, and we thank you for going through this afternoon with us down here in Miami. And for those of you tuning in, I am Matt, and I'm joined with my co-host Sam, and we are filming on runway 9, which is the south side of the runway. On the screen you'll see a wonderful composition there with the international terminal. We've got the ITA that's just pushing back now with some of the downtown Miami skyline. Gerson, unfortunately, we are having to pack up early because we need to get something approved to get a little bit more time here in Miami. Otherwise, we do have to go home. However, to do that, we're going to have to work with someone else's schedule, and they're not going to be able to hold off for us on our initial planned wrap-up of the stream. So we have to cut it early just to be able to secure, hopefully tomorrow, to be able to stream. Phantom Plane says, I hope ITA goes runway 9. It did the other day. We're all hoping for that. It would be wonderful to get right up close to that beautiful blue A330.
And Mary Lee Ann says, hope you can come back tomorrow. I have subscribed and will watch for the notification. Well, thank you for that. We really do appreciate that, and we will try our best. So we will be ending in about 20 minutes or so time so we can get this stuff sorted. And we will post tonight if we will live stream tomorrow. So watch out on your YouTube threads and we'll make a quick post so you guys are ready for tomorrow's stream here again in Miami if it goes ahead. So please watch out for that.
If all goes ahead, we're going to try and do it in the morning, probably from about 9 a.m. until 3. So it'll be a nice 6-hour stream. We are hoping to bring that to you, and we will keep you posted. We do apologize for the lack of interesting movement here on the southern side. Miami Airport at the moment is quite patchy. So you'll get periods where there is landings every couple of minutes, and then you'll get periods where there's just nothing happening. However, we do have something landing on runway 12, which is an American Airlines flight AA2458, which is another Boeing 737 MAX 8 arriving from Nashville. We do have an arrival on runway 9, which is the American Airlines AA594, apologies for that, arriving from Liberia as a Boeing 737-800. So we're just waiting for it to emerge from behind the tree. Chris Back, thank you so much for the subscription, and we hope to see you on our next stream. Fingers crossed for tomorrow. Gerson, yes, we will be waiting for the Cathay Pacific to land on runway 09. That will be the last catch for us on the stream, and that will wrap everything up. So a good way to end the stream, I think. A very successful afternoon.
Indeed. Once again, we'd like to thank everyone for tuning in to today's stream at Miami in the south of Florida. It's been a great day of plane spotting. We're going to finish it off with a Cathay Pacific 747-8 cargo arriving in from Anchorage. It's going to be a great one to watch.
So arriving in from Boston on runway 12, we have the JetBlue Airbus A321-200 flying as B6 1319. See some nice wispy clouds behind it, which adds a nice little effect. Tina, hi, thanks for joining the stream. Really glad to hear you love our channel and support what we do. It's greatly appreciated. Wet Like Bee, thank you very much. We really do appreciate your support. And we'll keep the videos coming. So as you can see on the screen, we've got some nasty weather more towards the northwest of the airport. So quite a big cell there with some rain and potential thunderstorms, which is quite common in Florida during the summer season. But we've been very lucky not to be rained out. Flying in front of it is the FedEx MD-11 arriving on runway 08 left from Memphis as FX398. Unfortunately, we can't see the touchdown from the spot we're at. However, we can get a nice approach of the FedEx just in front of some of those spectacular clouds. So arriving on runway 9 is American flight AA1515. This is a 737-800 direct from St. Martin. So that will be visible to us in just a moment.
A really nice look there with that 787 passing through those clouds there in front of those clouds. What an awesome look on a great afternoon.
Well, like B, in terms of flights tomorrow, if we are to head back, currently it's undecided. We have a few options to get back to Australia, one being Qantas, the other United. So we'll see what happens with that. Chris back will be hopefully live streaming tomorrow morning Miami time at about 9 a.m, maybe 8 a.m, depending on if we are able to set up in time. So we should start the stream just in time to catch some of the early morning freight departures off runway 09. Aesthetic Aviation says those clouds look beautiful with all that depth. That they do. It's fantastic to see so much depth in the clouds. It's quite humbling, to be honest. Yes, that's right, Memphis. That's where the MD-11 landed from. So always a cool little route. Karen Monson asks, how are we liking the Miami weather? A lot different from Australia, isn't it? Love the sky background, fly back on Qantas if you can. It is certainly far different from what we're used to in Australia, especially right now, as it is winter down there. However, I'm loving the Miami weather. I've always been great with the heat. However, my co-host Sam hasn't been as easygoing with it. He's used to the Melbourne winter at the moment. So arriving south on runway 9 is American Airlines flight AA1160 from Santo Domingo. It's a 737 MAX 8. So we do have two good arrivals to finish off this stream, which we'll be wrapping up in the next 10 minutes. We have a DHL Boeing 757 converted passenger to cargo freighter, which will be arriving from Bogota very shortly. And then to finish off the stream, the Cathay Pacific 747-8 freighter.
Just want to thank everyone once again for joining in and watching today's stream. It's been a great one so far. 638 likes. Amazing work by all of our viewers today, and if you've stuck around for the whole show, or if you were only able to watch a little bit of it, that's alright. We really do appreciate it, and if you are enjoying our live stream, please hit that like button. Every little bit of support will help us bring you the next stream at the next overseas location in which our members will decide with a member exclusive poll. And those clouds over there just look stunning. And yes, we might fly Qantas back, but we've flown Qantas back a couple times this year, so it'd be nice to fly something else, I think, but we'll wait and see. And Johnny asks, has Turkish Airlines arrived yet? Yes, it has. The 777 arrived, I'd say about half an hour ago or so. And Awesome Lego says, sir, is there a 747 coming? Yes, there is. A Cathay Pacific 747-8 cargo arriving in from Anchorage. It's going to be our last one of the night. Of the evening, sorry, I should say. Thank you, Joe. G'day to you as well. And thank you for the support, mate. Really do appreciate it. Thanks, Alex, as well. Really appreciate your help and your support today, mate, on the stream. Hopefully we can catch you tomorrow. Indeed, those clouds do look stunning. Right there. Storm Cell Brewing.
So the Cathay 747 is now on approach to runway 9. It looks like the 757 DHL will be coming in straight after, so we will wait for that. And we will pack the stream up after the 757 arrives. Jose, thank you very much, and I'm glad it was a good surprise to see Miami pop up in your newsfeed. Hopefully we are able to stream again at Miami tomorrow. We'll keep you guys updated shortly, and hopefully you enjoy that stream as well. Aesthetic Aviation, no, we have never actually filmed at Cairns before. I have visited, but never visited the airport exactly. It's something that definitely could happen in the near future, especially with the ease of access into Cairns from anywhere in Australia, particularly the main cities like Brisbane. So always keep an eye out and we'll see what happens. So unfortunately the ITA Airbus A330 decided not to come to runway 9 tonight for its departure and instead has taken off on runway 08 right. And you'll see it do its bank towards Miami downtown now. Alan, statistically, flying is much safer than driving. However, if something were to happen in the air, it always is a much bigger deal, or a much bigger deal in the media. So always a bigger incident when something like that were to happen.
We're already at 641 likes. Just want to say a big thanks to everyone who has tuned in today to today's stream, and everyone who has sent their support through donations, super chats, or becoming a member. And if you have become a member, you will have the access to decide on an exclusive member poll where you'd like us to stream next. We've already still got 412 people watching the stream, which is great to see. And everyone who's subscribed and liked the video, we really appreciate your support. And now we are just waiting for the Cathay Pacific 747, which isn't too far away now. We should see it pop behind the trees. Here it is. Well, that was awesome to see another Queen on the stream again today. That was Cathay Pacific Flight 3272. That was a Boeing 747-8 arriving in from Anchorage. And our next arrival is Aero Airways. It's a Boeing 737-400 arriving in from Santa Clara as Flight 513. Thank you, Jack. Great to see you enjoying the stream. And a big thanks to Rob G for donating a super chat of $10. Thank you so much for bringing Miami International Airport for everyone to enjoy. Give me a heads up next time you're going to be in town, and I'll have my mum cook you some Cuban food for you guys. Well, that, Rob, just sounds fantastic. We will let you know for sure, and we really appreciate your support, mate, on today's stream. It's been great to have you watching and helping us mod.
Yes, Rob, thank you very much for that, and we would definitely take you up on that offer, as Cuban food is absolutely delicious. I'm a huge fan of it, and I know Sam is too.
That's already making me feel hungry right now.
Oh yeah, my stomach is rumbling.
So thanks again for that, Rob. And thanks to everyone who's tuned in to today's stream at Miami. We've got 2 more aircraft left to spot. And here is the second last one. And there it is, the sun has just popped out from behind those storm cells, looking absolutely stunning. Thanks Winchester for tuning in back from Melbourne. Thanks again, Rob. Hello from Costa Rica, thank you for tuning in. Hello from Tokyo. Definitely a place, Tokyo and Japan in itself, that we plan to visit and stream at when they relax their travel rules.
That's it. We have very big plans for Japan, and we are looking forward to bringing those into fruition.
Japan has definitely been on my bucket list for filming for quite a while now, so I can't wait for that. And here is the last catch of the evening, the Delta 757. DHL, sorry. And there it was. And yes, Karen, we will be sending out a notice if we do stream tomorrow. We will keep everyone updated on YouTube tonight, so watch out for it. It will be in the coming hours. whether the stream tomorrow will go ahead and what time it will be. And yes, thank you for all the mods who jumped in to keep this chat friendly.
Actually, Russell, that was a interesting point because we saw a couple of things. We saw Brunswick, which is another area in Melbourne. So, and that was just before we actually got to the turn off for Melbourne, Florida. So we felt right at home, felt like we didn't actually leave Melbourne at that point. Everybody, we would love to thank you once again for joining the stream, and we do hope to see you tomorrow if everything goes ahead, but we will be wrapping it up now. We have just something to do to try and secure the stream tomorrow, involving some time off. So we will see you hopefully tomorrow. Thank you again for everybody, for the mods, for everybody's donations. We hugely appreciate that, and it all goes towards bringing you more live content from around the world. Both Sam and I really, really appreciate it, so thank you very much.
And just to add to that, we do hope we can see you guys tomorrow. It's been great. It's been an awesome day of plane spotting. I'd like to thank everyone for their support. Watch out for the YouTube thread tonight, and we'll see how it goes. Thanks once again for tuning in to Aviation Videography.